What's going on, guys? Let me know if you can hear me. How's everybody doing tonight? So, we're going to do some live coverage tonight of the situation between the US and Iran. Looks like we could have a US strike on Iran anytime now, any hour. So, want to just go live and cover it. I'm going to just start with some of the latest breaking news. What's going on, K. Paul? Hope you're doing well. Prepared Not Scared, Mama of Six, Mud and Munitions, Lorna Crow TN 73, Prepper G, Mid Atlantic, Divas Mom, Poopy McScoopy, Aspen English. Thank you guys for tuning in. So we're going to cover the situation between Israel and Iran tonight. This could be the biggest story in many years, depending on what the U.S. decides to do. I still have to update the tickers on the top and bottom of the screen. Haven't done that yet. This is old info from last night. But we currently have a U.S. presidential doomsday plane and 3 nuclear war command and control planes in the air. So that's definitely a bad sign. Means that something could be going down tonight. I thought maybe last night they were going to do something, but it looks like it's going to be a more extensive operation. So that's probably why it's taking them as long as it is. So, so we're going to cover everything tonight. Just going to wait a little bit for people to join into the chat. This is not going to be like a typical stream. This is going to be live coverage. So if you're expecting me to just spit out all the headlines in 2 minutes, go somewhere else. This is not TikTok. Okay. If you're not a patient person and you're just expecting to get free news in a short amount of time, and not give anything back, then this is not the place for you. Okay. This is going to be live coverage, so I'm going to be on for a little while, and we're going to wait and see what happens with Iran. If the U.S. launches their strike tonight, it could be tonight, it could be tomorrow. It's really hard to say, but the U.S. has already, the top generals and the president have already met. So it's just a matter of Biden making his decision on what he wants to do. They probably already presented a bunch of options to him, and so let me just show you guys what's happening here. So what we're looking at here is 3 nuclear war command and control planes in the air. This is pretty unusual. Usually when you have 3 of them in the air, it means that, U.S. nuclear forces are on high alert. I know a lot of people hate it when I say that, but U.S. nuclear forces are on high alert right now, okay? So, I really don't care what people think. I'll continue to say whatever I want to say. So, I get a lot of people sending me emails trying to correct me that my information is bad or something. Trust me, I check my information over and over before I say something. So, if you're one of those people that thinks you're going to get into my head and make me change the way I do things, it's not going to happen, okay? So, don't waste your time. Blizzard 3700, thank you for gifting 20 memberships. I really appreciate it. So yeah, if you think you're going to get into my head and get me to change the way I do things, and you think you're going to write me an email or leave me a comment and criticize me, and suddenly I'm gonna change the way I do things, and oh, I'm such a terrible person. I'm not giving good information. Yeah, right. If you think that's what's the reaction's gonna be, it's not gonna be that reaction. So I don't feel guilty or anything. If that's what you're trying to make me feel guilty or something, I don't know. These people are just losers. Basically, they're losers. Nothing better to do with their life. But we have 3 E6B Mercuries airborne right now, guys. Okay, 3 E6B Mercuries. We have this one over here that's been doing loops off the coast of Texas, basically all afternoon and all evening. So that's a sign that it was transmitting messages to our nuclear forces, specifically our submarines. Okay. The thing with our submarines is that in order for us to communicate with our submarines, they have to use very low frequency VLF, because high frequency doesn't work for submarines, especially in a post-nuclear war situation. The radiation interferes with HF. Okay, so the high frequency global communication system is only used during peacetime, and otherwise VLF is what would actually be used in a nuclear war. And specifically to communicate with subs that are deep underwater, you need to use VLF because high frequency can't penetrate ocean water, especially to the depths where these subs operate. So they have to use very low frequency, very low bandwidth. Okay. And by having very low bandwidth, they can penetrate through hundreds of feet of ocean water. So that's what these planes are for. These planes can also remotely launch all of our Minuteman III ICBMs from the air. If something were to happen, if let's say one of the missileers in the launch control facility got cold feet and didn't want to launch, these planes could literally remotely launch from the air all of our Minuteman IIIs. So it's kind of like a backup system. If let's say the missileers get cold feet and they don't want to launch, or a missile, an enemy missile hits one of the launch control facilities, and they don't have the capability to launch from the control facility, they can still launch from these. And then we have one that just took off from Tinker Air Force Base. Actually, all 3 of them took off from Tinker, but we have one that just took off not too long ago, about 30 minutes ago. And then here we have another one heading over Missouri. And then here's the most interesting thing. We had a presidential doomsday plane that took off from Offutt Air Base, and it turned its transponder off. You see this? It just disappeared from the flight tracker. So that's definitely not a good sign. It could be that they're going to do the strike tonight, and they're getting everything in position tonight. They're getting the nuclear forces ready. So U.S. nuclear forces are on high alert. What's going on, Juliana Rose? Mama of 6, thank you for gifting 20 memberships. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So you see here, I'm just going to share this out on my Twitter. Hold on 1 second, guys. Share this out on my Twitter. And share this out on your Twitter as well, your social media. Let people know that I'm covering this. This could happen tonight, guys. We don't know what the Biden administration has agreed to do yet. It's still too early to tell whether they're going to do like a larger response or a smaller response. We just don't know at this point. It's just a guess. So anybody's guess about what's going to happen, nobody knows at this point. We're just here waiting to see what happens. I did an update earlier this afternoon, which has most of the latest information. So you definitely want to check that out if you haven't seen it yet. Judy says prayers for our military. Yes, prayers for our military, guys. Pray for our military. They're in harm's way. They're in harm's way, and they're sacrificing everything for us. Another ship was hit today. Yeah, the USS Lewis Puller. Kim K, no problem, Kim K. Yeah, the USS Lewis Puller was hit today by Houthi missiles. We haven't really heard any updates on that. My guess is it was probably a pretty serious hit, and the administration is trying to figure out how to minimize it. That's why it's taking them so long to admit, that it got hit. So, they're in minimization mode. They basically don't want the public to know that there's total chaos in the Middle East right now, because that's what's happening. We have total chaos in the Middle East right now. Okay, the situation is really bad. It's gone out of control with the Houthis, with the proxies. It's just going way too far, and it's all because Biden has shown weakness, and that's basically what it is. He's shown weakness, and our enemies know it. So, but yeah, we have U.S. nuclear forces on high alert. Presidential doomsday plane flying with its transponder off. So this is history in the making, guys. We'll see what the U.S. decides to do, if Biden does an adequate response or not. So I'm going to just go over some of the headlines, the latest headlines, in no particular order. So Sky News is reporting that as early as tonight, President Joe Biden will authorize U.S. military action in the Middle East. Okay, that's coming from Sky News. And we're hearing that a number of U.S. service members that were injured in the ATT-ACK last night, or yesterday actually, has risen to over 40. So 40 U.S. soldiers injured in the ATTACK, with at least 3 of them having to be airlifted to Germany to receive treatment at Landstuhl Regional Medical Center. Okay. So the number's growing. It's up to 40 injured now, 3 dead. I'm sure it's going to keep climbing. Politico is reporting that the response options presented to the Pentagon include Iranian naval assets in the Persian Gulf. To the president. Response options presented to the president include Iranian naval assets in the Persian Gulf. Okay, so they might go after the Iranian Navy. And the White House told AFP News that the U.S. wants to respond in a way that has significant results. And U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken says the situation in the Middle East is the most dangerous since at least 1973 during the Arab-Israeli War, and arguably even more dangerous. Okay, so that's the U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken. And the defense minister of Israel, Yoav Gallant, apparently told Israeli troops today that they will very soon go into action on the Lebanese border. And today there were some more heavy missile exchanges between Lebanon and Israel. Apparently there were massive Russian missile strikes on Kharkiv today. Ukraine is continuing to get pounded by Russian missiles. See what else here. White House Security Advisor John Kirby said there are no efforts for war with Iran, but what happened last week is a clear escalation. Pretty interesting. And interesting story about how that drone ended up hitting the base. So apparently the drone was trailing behind an American drone that was returning to base from a mission. And that's how the Iranian drone was able to basically get past the air defense. Okay, so it kind of like shoulder surfed its way into the base, I don't know if you guys are not shoulder surfing. What is it called? Piggybacking. Okay, piggybacking. Like imagine, you're going through like a subway turnstile and you don't have a subway card, and you kind of just go behind the person in front of you real quick. Something like that. That's basically what they did. They just piggybacked behind the U.S. drone that was returning to base. And so it was able to evade air defense, supposedly. It sounds like they didn't have much air defense at that base, though, because even if it piggybacked behind another drone, any air defense would be able to scan and see that there's a radar signature there that shouldn't be there, but it looks like they didn't have that. So pretty interesting. That's some of the latest headlines coming in right now. Bald Gamer says, did I see the Russian plane? No, where's that Russian plane? Where is it? I did not see it, no. And when was that? Was that today or yesterday? What's going on, Kevin Ordoin? Good evening from South Louisiana. What's going on, Johnny Quest? How's it going? Maria C7. Oh, and the drone that actually hit the base was an Iranian Shahed drone. The same drones that Russia has been using against Ukraine. That's the same drone that hit the base. So it was an Iranian Shahed drone. So we know it was Iran was involved. It was their drone that hit this base, and we'll see what Biden does, if he's going to actually do anything about it, or if he's just going to, you know, whatever, do another little tiny response. But U.S. nuclear forces are on high alert this evening. So let me see if I can just check some other sources here. Um, there were some emergency meetings yesterday and today. The Biden administration held an emergency meeting yesterday um, with Lloyd Austin and all his security advisors. So the White House had an emergency meeting, and then the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guards, they had an emergency meeting. Apparently, they started evacuating from some of their bases. Also, let's see what else. Also Ayatollah Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran. Um, he held a meeting today in Tehran. So, um, pretty serious situation, guys. Pretty serious. See, I'm just going to update the ticker on the bottom of the screen here. Just updating the information bar. Stand by. So, like I said, Sky News is reporting that Joe Biden could authorize U.S. military action tonight. Okay. Whether that means there's going to be a actual operation tonight, we don't know, but he's going to decide tonight on what to do, basically. So we could have all this stuff kick off at the same time. Israel's going to go into Lebanon. The U.S. is going to launch a massive response on Iran, and it could all happen at the same time, guys. That's going to be absolutely insane, and I'll definitely cover it live as long as we have internet. As long as we're not in the middle of a nuclear war, I'll cover it. See, I'm just updating these information bars so people coming in can have the latest information on what's going on. So all the latest information is in the ticker at the top and bottom of the screen. Um, what's going on in Texas right now? It's quiet in Texas. I haven't heard anything in Texas. What's going on, JP? Hope you're doing well. Paleo Greenbird, thank you for the donation. Many thanks from Maine. Christopher Napier, how's it going? 3 trains full of tanks in Texas. Thank you, Christopher. Appreciate the information. We also have some breaking news coming in. Apparently, there's been a lot of activity out of Ellsworth Air Force Base, which is the B-1 bomber base. That's right outside of Rapid City. So that's definitely a sign that the U.S. could be mobilizing bombers to the Middle East. So this is coming from a credible source. Somebody who lives near Ellsworth Air Force Base said that at least 20 planes have been flying out of Ellsworth Air Force Base today. Okay, they've been flying very low, and there's been a lot of them. We also have the farmers' protests going on in France right now. Do I think attacking Iran would be a declaration of war? Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, I don't know if we would need to declare war. Um, Keep in mind that if you watched my update earlier, the U.S. there was already a meeting with senators today. Okay, so the senators already met. Yeah, what would I do in this situation if I were president? I think pretty much what anybody would do. I would order a full scale annihilation of the Iranian military. Full scale annihilation, which means destroying all of their military, everything, Air Force, Navy, nuclear facilities, missile launchers, bunkers. It would be like something you've never seen before. That's what I would do. Um, I'm talking about a full scale demilitarization strike, not some little tiny, hit a couple of warehouses. You know, that's what needs to be done because Iran is also building nuclear weapons now. Okay. Iran has enough material to build several nuclear weapons already. What do you think is going to happen when they start building nuclear weapons? It's only going to get worse and worse and worse. It's going to be a lot harder to do anything once they have nukes because if we try to do anything, they just launch a nuke into Israel or they launch a nuke into Europe. They can hold the whole region hostage basically. So it's better to get it over with now. And I'm not talking about putting boots on the ground, no boots on the ground at all. There would not be any boots on the ground except maybe special operations to help with intelligence and targeting, guiding missiles and whatnot. There would be no infantry. There would be no tanks. It would just be strictly missiles, all different kinds of missiles, cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, gravity bombs. We would use everything: stealth bombers, submarines, warships, fighter jets, stealth fighters, everything. We would bring the full power of the U.S. military to bear and teach them a real lesson, and in the process show Russia and China that we're not messing around. Okay. And if they want to push America too far, that they could be next, make an example out of them. And that would get Putin and Xi Jinping to back off on all their ambitions because they would see that we're not screwing around. That's what I would do. So let me see. I have some other stuff I wanted to share with you. In case you missed my updates earlier. One of the NATO generals said today that NATO needs to be prepared for Russian missiles, strike in Europe. Okay. I'm going to get that up on the screen. Let me see if I can get that up on the screen. Hold on. Okay, this is the headline here. NATO should prepare for Russian missile strikes in Europe. Okay, and he's saying that the alliance may have only 3 years before a possible offensive with Putin's forces. Okay, so NATO's holding this massive exercise now, which I think really is just a forward deployment. 90,000 troops. 90,000 troops in this quote unquote exercise, which I don't think is an exercise. What's going on, Joanna? Hope you're doing well. Isaac says US has been speaking softly. Now it's time to use our big stick. That's exactly right. Yep, it is exactly right. Yeah, there were 3 B-52s that were moved to Israel yesterday. 3 B-52s moved to Israel. So that's a clear sign that we're preparing for something. If they're moving B-52s, that's a huge sign. That means that they're going to be going into Iran possibly and launching deep strikes deep into Iranian territory. And they need the bombers to be able to deliver the long range missiles. So we have heightened activity at Ellsworth Air Force Base today. Heightened activity at Ellsworth Air Force Base. I just want to quickly mention to some of the moderators, I want to mention the rules here. For some of the newer moderators, this channel welcomes different opinions. Okay, this is not a channel where you're going to get banned for your opinion, unless you're spreading like clearly fake news or disinformation, or you're spreading hate. Okay, then that's not tolerated. But different opinions are okay. If you're a Trump supporter, if you don't like Trump, this is not a MAGA channel. Okay, so please don't ban anybody if they're saying stuff that's anti-Trump or anything that's anti-Biden. Okay, this is a free opinion zone. Okay, you can have different opinions. There's over 100,000 people that watch me, and not everybody's going to have the same opinion. And we can't ban people because of their opinions. Okay, so just wanted to let some of the moderators know, because I had a longtime follower and friend of mine get banned the other day because she said something about Trump that was a little negative, and she got banned. And that's just not okay with me. So Now the problem is it's hard for me to unban this person because the way YouTube has the system, I have to go through like 1,000 people that I've banned on my channel over the last few years. I have to go through this massive list, and now my friend is banned from my channel because she expressed an anti-Trump opinion and someone banned her, and now I have to go through this massive list and try to find her name here and unban her. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that now. So when you guys ban someone, make sure that it's, for something serious. Um, I don't want my channel to become like a police state, where people can't express their opinions or anything. I don't want to be one of those types of people that shuts you up if you don't agree with me or something. Um, as long as you respect, the key is respect. You can share your opinion. It doesn't have to be the same as mine, but respect me, respect other people, and then you're okay. But if you're hateful, if you're spreading fake news, then you're going to get banned. So we have so many different war fronts opening up around the world. All these different war fronts. Yeah, Lorna is the best moderator. Ross is also a great moderator as well. Um, Light Source Engraving says great because Trump allowed more gun control than Obama, aka bump stock ban. Yeah, it is true that under Trump they did ban bump stocks. Yep, it's true. Um, that's another thing people forget. Bump stock ban. Yep, Trump was responsible for the bump stock ban. Very true. And actually, Trump also supported making 21 years of age the minimum age to own an AR. He was supporting that when he was president. Shortly before he left office, he was supporting making a national age limit for owning ARs. You have to be 21 to own an AR. He was supporting that. So, just something to think about. Yeah, I mean, I think any Republican would be better in this situation than Biden. Any of the Republicans that ran for office, any of them, Vivek, uh, DeSantis, Haley, any of them would be better than Biden now. Any of them. Any decent Republican, any of those candidates would have been much better. Would be much better now than Biden. That's for sure. Any of them. I would take any of them in this at this point. You know, they all have their pros and cons, but compared to Biden, I would take any of them in a heartbeat. Cats Don't Care said Trump supported abortion before running for president. Yeah, there's actually videos of Trump saying he's pro-choice years ago when he was younger. Yep, that's true. That's true. There's also a video from a long time ago of Trump saying that he believes only wealthy, privileged people should be able to carry a firearm. This is like years ago, when he was a lot younger. Um, but it is true there were no wars when Trump was in office, so that is true. Yeah, Ronald Reagan would be the best right now. I agree. Ronald Reagan is the best. I mean, we really need Ronald Reagan right now. Trump was a Democrat. Yeah, he was a Democrat before he became Republican. He was a Democrat, then he was like an independent, and then he decided to become a Republican when he ran for president the first time. Yes, he also started Operation Warp Speed. Yep, Trump did start Operation Warp Speed. Very true. Um, yeah, it seems like he did have a conversion. Yeah, it seems like Trump did have a conversion. We'll see. Reagan passed the Gun Control Act of 1986. Interesting. I'll have to look into what's specifically in there. Thanks for letting me know. Teddy Roosevelt. Oh man, Teddy Roosevelt. Teddy Roosevelt and Ronald Reagan are my two favorite presidents. Teddy Roosevelt because he was an outdoorsman, he was a hunter. He traveled the world, hunting all over the world. And Reagan because of his strong foreign policy and how strong he was against the USSR. Calvin Coolidge. People's opinions change as they age. Yeah, that's true. And also you're a product of your environment. So like Trump, he was born and raised in New York. New York is very liberal. I'm sure that had some influence on him. Even I think Reagan was a Democrat before he ran for governor in California. He was a Democrat, and then he changed and became Republican and never looked back. So it is true. It's a product. He could be a product of his environment, being in New York, being amongst a lot of famous people. He was friends with the Clintons. He was like really good friends with Bill Clinton and Hillary. He donated like, I don't know how many dollars to Hillary Clinton's Senate campaign in New York. He was like their best friend. So I'm sure that has some effect on him. Um, yeah, Trump protected our borders. That's true. He did. That's true. I mean, the bottom line is, the world is going downhill and there's no reversing it. I hate to say it and I don't mean to sound negative, but, we're not going to go back to the way things were 10 years ago, 20 years ago. It's a steady downward spiral until Jesus Christ returns. Maybe Trump can slow that down a little bit, or whoever wins, maybe Haley's going to win. Whoever the next president is, if it's a Republican, they might be able to slow that downward spiral a little bit, but it's inevitable. It's like aging. You can get as much Botox as you want, but you can't beat the aging process. Um, you can slow it down. You can take good care of yourself. Have a lot of antioxidants in your diet, but you can't reverse certain things. And we're already in the end times. I mean, just look what's going on around the world with all these wars in all these different places now. It's like every day there's a new war, you know? Um, so that's a clear sign that we're in the end times. Am I saying that tomorrow is the end or next year? No, I'm not saying that. Am I saying that you should not live your life and enjoy God's blessings because of that? No, but just be aware that somebody can promise everything to you. It doesn't mean that it's going to happen. You have to watch out for someone like that's going to come around and think that they're the savior of everything. I'm going to fix it all. There's no such thing. Okay, only God can fix it all. I wish that were the case. But it's solo. Thank you for gifting 20 memberships. I really appreciate it. Alan Ross, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. Yeah, politics is a nasty game. It's gotten really nasty now. Have I noticed that Iran's flag has the same four colors of the four horsemen of the apocalypse? Was that Iran or was that Palestine? Uh, I think that's Palestine, not Iran. Iran is green, white, and red. That's missing one. I think it's Palestine. Yeah, it's Palestine. Yeah. Let me see if I can get it on the screen. See if I can get it. Oh, you can buy a free Palestine flag on Amazon if you want to. Look at what Amazon is selling. You can buy this free Palestine flag for $9.99. Yeah, it does have the four horsemen colors. You're right. You got red, black, white, and got the pale horse, the red horse. Yeah, you got them all. You got war, death, um, famine, pestilence. Yeah, it's true. So we still have these three nuclear warplanes up in the air right now. They're still in the air. And we have that doomsday plane that's still flying with its transponder off. So something might be going down soon. It's pretty interesting. Let's see here. Oh, the Israeli Air Force, if you missed my update earlier, the Israeli Air Force carried out an strike in Damascus. They hit a target in Damascus. Potentially IRGC were there. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard were there. Apparently, it was like an HQ or something, a headquarters. Um, the Hungarian foreign minister met with the Ukrainian foreign minister today. Very interesting. There was a civil defense drill in Taiwan where they practiced putting tourniquets on people and practiced for a war situation. So they did a civil defense exercise in Taiwan. We have more unusual tank movements in Texas. Could see a war between Texas and the federal government. We have more farmers in Belgium protesting. Let me see if I can get that up on the screen. So today, the farmers in France were supposed to block off Paris. So let me see what's going on with that. Apparently, the farmers blocked off eight of the main highways that go through Paris. So the farmers in France have blocked off eight strategic highways that go around Paris. So that's pretty crazy. I got a video here. Trying to find it. So this is in Belgium now. Absolutely insane. Look at all these tractors here. I mean, this is like thousands and thousands of tractors. It's in Belgium. We have some more footage coming out of Paris today. Some of the farmers here setting fire in this area. Let me see if I can put that up. Actually, I don't know if I should put that up. Never mind. Wow, they're in Paris now. Looks like they made it to the downtown. I don't know if this is old footage or not, but looks like it's pretty new. Yeah, I didn't know it was that loud. Sorry about that. What are my thoughts about the convoy heading to Texas? I think it's a good thing. I mean, I don't think it's going to make much difference, though, but I think it's definitely a good thing that they're going there. But I think it's more for moral support than anything else. I mean, it's definitely a good thing, though. Angela, thank you, Angela. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Um, Let me see if I can get this video up here. On veut pas être comme l'Union européenne. On veut pas être comme. Let's see. We got farmers in France burning the EU flag. Wow. Here's one of the highways outside of Paris. They blocked off all the major highways that go in and out of Paris. It's a pretty big deal. Thank you, Matthew Smith, for the donation. I appreciate it. The world changed to a dangerous place ever since 9/11. I started to see the end times back then. I am so glad I was saved in 2004. Yeah, I totally agree. Ever since 9/11, it's just all been going downhill. Um, it's really unfortunate, but it's true. 9/11 was basically the turning point. Everything's been going downhill since then, and it's going to keep going downhill. Unfortunately, that's just the way it is. Apparently, another U.S. base was targeted today in Syria with 2 rockets. So they hit another one of our bases today. Absolutely crazy. We already have B-52s in Israel right now, guys. The Wall Street Journal is reporting that the U.S. is considering launching strikes inside of Iran. Okay. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm skeptical because Biden has shown so much weakness. So this could all kick off any hour now. Any hour. See if I can get another video for you guys. This one doesn't have any sound, so don't worry. I'm not going to blast the sound. So this is a major highway in France. It goes in and out of Paris. And you can see all these tractors blocking the whole highway. Look at that. Wow. This is what's called the power of the people, guys. It's the power of the people. You have power. You have power. You just have to, have the guts to stand up. It's not easy, but look at what these guys are doing. Just checking to see if there's any updated information. The White House has put out a statement saying that there's U.S. troops on the ground. This is interesting. A small number of U.S. personnel are being deployed to Yemen to conduct operations against Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula and ISIS. Yeah, right. That sounds like BS. Maybe they're going in because they're going to go after the Houthis. Maybe that's why all those National Guard soldiers have been going to Saudi Arabia. Yeah, I don't even think doesn't Al-Qaeda doesn't even exist anymore. Neither does ISIS. So why would there be US military personnel going to fight Al-Qaeda and ISIS? That doesn't make any sense. So it looks like we might be going in on the ground in Yemen. U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken said the U.S. response to a deadly drone strike in Jordan could be multi-leveled, come in stages, and be sustained over time. Wow, that's interesting. Wow.
I would argue that we've not seen a situation as dangerous as the one we're facing now across the region.
Let me see. We got Anthony Blinken
I would
here.
argue that we've not seen a situation as dangerous as the one we're facing now across the region since.
It's funny because Anthony Blinken is saying that this is the most dangerous situation since 1973, but it was made dangerous because of Biden's administration. He made it dangerous by showing weakness. We still have those nuclear war command and control planes in the air. We still don't know where one of the presidential doomsday plane went. It's still flying with its transponder off. So U.S. nuclear forces are on high alert right now. Let me play this video of Blinken. This was today.
We've not seen a situation as dangerous as the one we're facing now across the region since at least 1973. I would argue that we've not seen a situation as dangerous as the one we're facing now across the region since at least 1973. I would argue that we've not seen a situation as dangerous as the one we're facing now across the region since at least 1973. I would argue that we've not seen a situation as dangerous as the one we're facing now across the region since at least 1973. I would argue that we've not seen
You see if I can get the camera of the border, Texas border. Let me see if I can't get that going. Trying to find cameras of Tehran, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to. But yeah, it looks like U.S. troops are going into Yemen now. It's pretty interesting. AR-15 is overrated. Yeah, I think AR-10 is much better. It's a lot more powerful and more range and everything, more capability. AR-15 is good for women and younger people that can't handle recoil. There's a reason why the military is going away from 5.56 because they found that it's ineffective. That's why they're going away from 5.56 because it's too weak. It's just not powerful enough to be used in war. Yeah, AR-10 is a little. I wouldn't say it's a lot more expensive, but how much do you really shoot though? I mean, how much do you shoot? I mean, most people don't go to the range more than once a month. Even me, I go to the range every second day, and I'm an anomaly. And even then, I don't go through that much ammo. And then if you hand load it, you save a lot of money anyway. But how much shooting are you actually doing? Are you going through hundreds of rounds every single year? What are you doing that you're shooting that much? I mean, even if you're zeroing your scope or practicing a little bit, you're not going to be going through that much volume of fire. Um, Patriot has a good question. It's hard for me to find the questions because there's so many people commenting. Um, why so many Army and Navy helicopters in Louisiana? I don't know. They could be doing some kind of a drill. That's not too unusual, to be honest. Looks like what are they? Looks like U.S. Navy helicopters. Yeah, there's a bunch of Navy helicopters. I wouldn't really be concerned too much about that. Some Black Hawks. Could be some kind of an exercise. It's most likely what it is. A lot of Chinooks and Black Hawks. Yeah, it's probably looks like some kind of an exercise, but I could be wrong. I don't know, but it's most likely an exercise of some kind. So hopefully that answers your question. Um, see, maybe I can actually pull up the second flight tracker. So we'll have two of them going. So let's see here. So this is Louisiana area. It's actually not Louisiana. It's Alabama and Western Florida. So it's not Louisiana. We have some Chinooks here. We got some Sikorsky Blackhawks. So I'm going to say this is an exercise of some kind. Lots of Blackhawks here, so yeah, probably an exercise, unless there's something going on that I'm not aware about. But yeah, it looks like an exercise. LB Rules, thank you for gifting 10 memberships. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing well. Is Hawaii a threat in all of this? Yeah, Hawaii could get hit. They could get hit by North Korea, or yeah, they're definitely a threat. Yeah, I have actually Ace of Steel. I have a Ruger S-FAR. If you want the lightest AR-10 on the market, you need to get a POF, Patriot Ordnance Factory Rogue. That's the one that I have. It weighs like 5 pounds without anything, just iron sights. The Ruger S-FAR is still going to run like 6.5 to 7.5 pounds, depending on the barrel length. But that's still very light, you know. 5.56, I would argue, is not that effective except on soft targets. It's not good at penetrating barriers. It's not good at penetrating armor. It's not good at long distances. So if you're just dealing with crackheads inside of 400 yards, then yeah, it's good. But there's a reason why the military has gone away from the 5.56. They're no longer going to be using it because it's just not that effective, you know. And with, you know, carrying a lot of ammo, again, you know, what situation are you in that you need 6 magazines? You know, where are you that you need 6 magazines full? What situation are you in? Are you taking down Osama bin Laden? Are you raiding a compound in Pakistan or something? You know, if you need that many magazines, you're in a very serious situation. And if you're by yourself, you're in that kind of situation, whether you have 6 magazines or 2 is not going to really matter a whole lot, because at that point you're just so outnumbered, you're screwed anyway. So that's something to consider. And I would argue that if you can't carry 6 magazines of 308, maybe you need to go to the gym, you know, and work out and get stronger and get in better shape. If you can't carry 5 pounds, I mean, that's really, you know, not too good. So I don't agree with that argument, but thanks for sharing your opinion. What's going on, Joe? Good to see you in here. Thanks for watching the 4570 video, Mud and Munitions. I appreciate it. Belarus is now a nuclear power. Yeah, Belarus is now a nuclear power. Yep. Yeah, 270 is a good cartridge. 270 is very good. Yeah, I don't mean to like insult anybody or be too harsh. It's just you have a lot of people now that, you know, they have unrealistic expectations of what's going to happen in SHTF, you know. They watch too many of these tactical videos and they think that they're going to be running around with 10 magazines and a plate carrier. If you want to do that, that's fine, but it's not really that realistic. What situation are you in that you're going to need 10 full magazines? I mean, that's insane. That's a lot of rounds. Just think 10 full magazines of 5.56. That's 300 rounds of ammo on your body. Where are you that you need to use 300 rounds? Where are you? 300 rounds, okay? That's insane. You can kill 300 deer with that much ammo. 300 deer, okay? So, you just kind of have to think about it a little bit, realistically. That's a lot of firepower that you're probably never going to need. So that's why the whole argument about 308 is heavier than a 5.56. 5.56 is so light I can carry 10 magazines. But again, where are you that you need that much firepower, that much volume? You shouldn't need that much volume, unless you're in a full-on firefight with, like, if you're in you're in the Vietnam War somewhere, and you're going up against a platoon of Viet Cong or something. Arctic Z, what's going on? Thank you for the donation. I watch your videos every day. Thanks for sharing the gospel on your channel. Your hard work is appreciated. God bless you, brother. Thank you, Arctic Z. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for that donation. It's very generous of you. And thanks for, watching my videos every day. I really appreciate that. That's one way you can support me for free, is just to watch my videos. So thank you very much. Lee Billy, thank you for the donation. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Greg, for all your hard work. No problem, Lee. I appreciate the support. Thank you guys for all your support. I appreciate it. Thank you, Ross. I appreciate that. Thank you, Ross. Thank you guys for all your support. I appreciate it. I'm just going to check and see if there's any updates here. Yeah, maybe you carried 6 to 10 magazines when you were in the military, but the military and civilian life are two separate things. In the military, you're actively going into battle. You're trying to find the enemy and destroy the enemy. So in that situation, you need more ammunition. As a civilian, you're not actively going anywhere. You're not seeking and destroying an enemy. You're just defending your home, and you're defending your property. And in a SHTF situation, a grid down situation, if you start popping off hundreds of rounds, people are going to hear you for miles, and they're just going to zone in on your location. Even with a suppressor, you can still hear it. So I just think people have this fantasy. It's not rooted in reality. It's just fantasy. That they're gonna put all their gear on and go out there and try to be a Navy SEAL. If you want to be a Navy SEAL, then try to join the Navy and do the training. But that's just not reality, in my opinion. You only need a couple of magazines for any situation. I mean, even 3 magazines is plenty. 3 magazines plus 1 in the rifle, that's over 200 rounds of ammo. I mean, that's a lot of ammunition, you know. See, I'm going to try to get another camera of the border. Try to set up another camera by the border. Looks like a cop car just drove by on the border there. Looks like one of the nuclear war command and control planes is about to land, but we still have two more airborne, and we still have that doomsday plane that's flying with its transponder off. Tony T, thank you for the donation. I appreciate it, Tony T. God bless. Thank you. Maybe one day I'll visit Australia. That would be nice. Australia is a beautiful country. Phil Zito says, I agree. A gunfight is one of the worst things in SHTF due to lack of medical. A bullet graze could be deadly. Right, exactly. Yeah. You know, that's the thing is, you know, you're not going to have resupply. You're not going to have medical help. You're on your own, you know. So, you know, you want to avoid, you know, getting into firefights as much as possible. I'm not saying you shouldn't defend your property and defend your home. You know, if you have to defend, obviously defend. But I think just some people just have unrealistic expectation, I think. And that could get you in trouble. That unrealistic expectation could get you in trouble, you know. It could, in a real situation, you know, it could get you hurt. So, yeah, the by the way, I just want to clear up, the 5.56 is not a bad round. It's not a bad cartridge. I just don't think it's the best. I don't think it's the miracle cartridge, you know. It's far from that. I mean, the ballistics are decent, but they're not cutting edge by any means. They're not, you know, there's nothing special about it. You know, and another thing too is you have to understand, like, militaries and police departments, just because they pick a certain cartridge or a certain type of pistol or firearm for their standard issue doesn't necessarily mean that it's the best. It just means that it's the most cost effective and it meets all their requirements. It doesn't necessarily mean that what the military uses is the best or what the police use is the best. You have to think about also cost savings. Okay. You know, a lot of, like, for example, police departments, you know, they don't have unlimited funding where they can just outfit they're all, you know, thousands of officers with top of the line gear. So they need something that's decent and that works, but is not necessarily top of the line. You know, same thing with the military. The military has to outfit, you know, how many soldiers that, you know, that they can't outfit every single soldier with top of the line, you know, rifles and cartridges that they may not even need, you know. So you have to think about it from that perspective too. Um, and that's a big reason why the 5.56 was chosen, because it's cost effective, it's lightweight, it's low recoil. It's easy to learn to shoot with because it doesn't have a lot of kick. It's cost effective, so that's why the military went with it. But it doesn't mean that the 5.56 is some kind of miracle round because the military used it. And actually they're going away from it because they realize the shortcomings of it. That's why they're getting away from the 5.56. And that's why many countries around the world don't use 5.56. They use 7.62. Every European country uses 7.62. So apparently there was some kind of a cyber attack in Georgia today. Um, let me see if I can get some information about that. We have some breaking news coming in. North Korea just launched several cruise missiles off the country's western coast. It's breaking news. North Korea just launched several cruise missiles. Again, that's the third time that they launched cruise missiles. Third day in a row. They launched them Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Yeah, I'm a huge 10 millimeter fan. Yeah, 10 millimeter is, in my opinion, the best general purpose semi-automatic pistol cartridge. I mean, you can do basically anything with it. Um, Kim feels left out. You're talking about Kim Jong Un. Yeah, Kim Jong Un is really trying to make a statement, but he's really advanced his weapons now. I mean, he's really advancing his weapons. He's testing solid fueled missiles. Um, I mean, he's got some serious weapons now. He tested a ICBM that was solid fueled. He tested an intermediate range ballistic missile that was solid fueled and had a hypersonic glide vehicle. He tested multiple cruise missiles already that were launched from submarines. He's tested, what else did he test? The underwater drone, the underwater the torpedo that could be nuclear capable. He tested that. So, I mean, he's got a pretty serious arsenal now. It's pretty concerning. Um, the Biden administration's not doing anything about it. We have Jake 17 RC 135 rivet joint. Reconnaissance plane just took off from, or it's about to take off from Mildenhall. It's probably going to go into the Baltics again. Last night there was a massive amount of reconnaissance over the Baltics by NATO, so something could go down in the Baltic soon with Russia. We have some breaking news coming in. Some sources are saying that one of the response options presented to Biden was that they would sink some of the IRGC ships. Apparently, they would go after the some Iranian frigates and some kind of command and surveillance ship of the IRGC, which has been loitering in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden for months now and is providing intelligence and targeting information to the Houthis. I don't know why they haven't sunk that ship yet. Why would they suddenly now decide to sink the ship? They should have sunk that ship when they did that first big operation against the Houthis. Why are they still allowing that ship to be there? That's so stupid. It's just so frustrating. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. So, yeah, so Iran has a ship off the coast of Yemen that's been giving the Houthis information about all these commercial ships coming through the Bab el Mandeb Strait. And that's how they've been able to target those ships coming through the strait, is because of that Iranian surveillance ship that's giving all the it's giving all the targeting info to the Houthis, and that thing is still there. Why is it still there? I just don't understand it. Apparently, we have one of the captains on the U.S. aircraft carrier in the Red Sea, the Dwight Eisenhower. He's saying that morale is very high on the Eisenhower, so that's pretty interesting. I think it could happen tonight, though. I really do. I think it could happen tonight or sometime very soon. Um, I mean, we have the Doomsday plane taking off with its transponder off, so that's a clear sign that something is going on. Yeah, I can talk about firearms all night. I love talking about firearms. One of my favorite topics. So we have a U.S. presidential doomsday plane that is airborne right now with its transponder off. Okay, so that's very concerning. I'm still here, guys. I'm just checking different sources and updating the ticker on the top. I'm still here. Thank you guys for the donations tonight. Tony T, Arctic Z, thank you guys. Appreciate it. Thanks to everybody who supports me. Thank you so much. The moderators here are great. We have some of the best moderators on YouTube. PAEMT, good to see you. Yeah, I'm surprised that there's no big booms yet either. Midwest Prepper says we have 2 B-2s airborne, possibly loaded with transponders off. Interesting. Yeah, we're still waiting for Biden's move regarding the drone attack. That's what we're waiting on. Yeah. So apparently Biden already made the decision, or he was supposed to make the decision tonight on what he was going to do. He was going to select an option. I praise the 10 millimeter. What is my go-to model? I honestly, the Glock 20. If you could only get one semi-automatic pistol, and you want something that's relatively affordable and works and has a lot of parts for, Glock 20, and I would change out the barrel if you plan to run hard cast bullets, or if you plan to suppress it. Change the barrel out. I have an aftermarket barrel from KKM Precision. It's a threaded barrel, so I can run a suppressor with it. It shoots great suppressed too. So yeah, the Glock 20, relatively cheap, and it works. And it, also Rock Island Armory. I have a Rock Island 10 millimeter. Rock Island has really nice 1911 10 millimeters. There's also the Turkish company that makes the 1911 10 millimeters. They're really good quality if you like a 1911 style. If you like a 1911 style, solid metal frame, then check Rock Island. And the Turkish company, I'm trying to remember, is it Bursan? I think it was Bursan. Can't remember the name. But they make, or Gerson. Yep, Gerson. Sorry. Just had a brain fart. I think it's Gerson. It's Girsan, Gerson. They make really nice 10 millimeter 1911s. Very good quality, very good price. Yeah, freedom of speech. I'm all about freedom of speech. As long as it's not hateful or it's not fake, freedom of speech, freedom of speech obviously has its limits. You're not free to insult people. You're not free to, spread fake rumors. Uh, but I'm not going to ban someone because they say something about Trump, or they say something about whatever, because we had a recent situation where someone was banned by a moderator because they expressed their opinions that they didn't like Trump, and this person was banned. And this person happens to be a friend of mine and a supporter of my channel, and so I'm actually not a Glock fanboy, believe it or not. I actually don't really like Glocks too much. I prefer my Rock Island 10 millimeter over the Glock 10 millimeter. It's just that um, the Glock is more affordable than the other 10 millimeters. You're going to find that you're going to pay a higher price if you want a higher quality. You're going to pay upwards of $1,000, versus the Glock 20. You pay $600 and it's basically ready to go. You can change out. I would change out those cheap plastic sights that come on the Glocks. They suck. Get those plastic sights out of there and put in, some aluminum tritium sights from Trigicon, and you're good to go. Basically, for with the sights. Sights are probably another $100. You're basically good to go. But yeah, I'm not a Glock fanboy by any means. I think Glocks are overrated in many ways. They do function, they don't jam. I've never had a Glock jam, so in that sense, they work. But that's not anything special, really. It's just that they're built with loose tolerances. So because their chamber tolerances are looser, that makes it less prone to jamming. There's more wiggle room, but that also makes them less accurate. Just like an AK. Um, so I wouldn't say I'm a fanboy, but I would say for the price, you're basically getting something that's going to work. You can trust it. Um, it's not the most robust. It's cheap plastic frame that you can probably, if you accidentally stepped on it too hard, it might break something. But it works. So I personally prefer 1911s. I'm a 1911 guy. I like all metal, solid metal. Um, Glock mags will be relatively easier to come by. Potentially, yeah. I mean, if we're talking about 10 millimeter, not necessarily, because a lot of people don't shoot 10 millimeter in general. So I wouldn't say for 10 millimeter, it probably wouldn't. I don't think for 10 millimeter that holds true. But yeah, for like 9 millimeter or regular service calibers, 40 Smith and Wesson or 45 or something, yeah, Glock mags are going to be everywhere. But yeah, for 10 millimeter, I don't think it matters if you have a Glock or a Gerson or an FN or whatever. It's not going to matter because 10 millimeter is kind of obscure to begin with. Not a lot of people have 10 millimeter. It's just a fact. Uh, so, but yeah, for other stuff, for sure. Yeah, for other stuff, for your, if you have like a Glock 9 millimeter, I mean, that's like everybody has that. So yeah, totally. I agree. So yeah, North Korea just launched more cruise missiles. Very, very serious, guys. North Korea could do something to South Korea soon. So we'll see what Biden does. Do you guys think he's gonna actually do a meaningful response, or you think it's just gonna be more of the same? I don't know what to think. I hope he does, but I'm skeptical. Maybe that I'll actually make a new poll for that. I'm gonna put a poll up. Let me see here. Someone said they have a 50 BMG. That's cool. Um, Teresa's laughing. That's funny. Let me see here. I'm gonna do a poll. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna start the poll now. Good to see you in here, Cats. Thanks for showing up. So far, it's quiet tonight. We haven't had any operation begin. What's going on, Jarber? Good to see you, Jarber. I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. What are my news sources? I get news sources from all over. Lots of different sources. But we still have that presidential doomsday plane in the air with the transponder off. It turned its transponder off over Kansas and it hasn't turned it back on. So that's pretty unusual. You can see right here, it was going here and then it turned around, made like this little hook, and then it disappeared. So that's not a good sign. It's pretty quiet at the border right now in Texas. It's very quiet, actually. I guess because it's a Monday night. Yeah, so this could happen any hour, guys. Any hour we could see a historic and massive U.S. response to Iran. Potentially, we'll see what Biden actually does. I'm skeptical. I'm skeptical that Biden's going to do anything. Um, just going to catch up on some of the Ukraine news here. Let's see. Ukraine is evacuating 9 villages along their front line in Donetsk Oblast. They're evacuating 9 villages along the front line between, looks like, Marinka and Ocheretny, both in areas where Russian forces have intensified operations in recent months. So that's not a good sign. Ukraine has to evacuate 9, mandatory evacuation of 9 villages in eastern Ukraine. So that means that Russia is slowly making progress. Unless, of course, you want Russia to win, then maybe that's not good news for you. But so it looks like most of you guys so far, 60% or more, think Biden will not do a meaningful response. Wow. 20% unsure, 70%, only 17% think Biden will launch a meaningful response. Wow. Only 17%. Wow. That's very telling. Thanks for voting. And don't forget to vote if you haven't voted already. Wow. Anything on emergency action messages? Yeah, let me check. I haven't seen anything yet. Let me check up on that. I haven't seen anything yet. I'm sure they're going on right now. That's about his approval rating. That's funny. Good night, Joe. Thanks for showing up. Have a good one. Biden is a chump and a front for the evil puppet masters. Wow. Safe to say most of the people in the chat are not Biden supporters, that's for sure. I don't think my channel has a whole lot of Biden supporters. I think it's a small amount. Phil Zito says, I'm torn. Something needs to happen with all these issues, but I don't want any more war. Yeah, for sure. I know what you mean. I know. Well, you know what it is? It's the fact that Biden hasn't done enough, and it's gotten to this point, just like with Ukraine. It's like Ukraine should have never happened to begin with. It's because we showed weakness, and Putin calculated that he could go in and Biden wasn't going to do anything. But if we had a stronger leader, maybe Putin would not have gone into Ukraine, and he would have said, you know what, it's I don't know, this guy, he may do something. This guy's a little crazy. He may retaliate. But Putin probably figured that Biden was a pushover, and so he went in. Same thing now with these Houthis and these proxies. I mean, we had months to take them out. I mean, it didn't just start now. I mean, this has been going on since October, since what is that, 5 months, 4 months. It's been going on for 4 months. It didn't just happen right away. So, we should have done something months ago, right in the beginning, and taken care of it right then and there, and then we wouldn't be in this position that we are now. Biden basically allowed it to escalate. He allowed it to escalate because he thought that by showing weakness, it would prevent a war in the region. It's just like it's always the opposite is true. It's like bullies in school. If somebody bullies you and they're nasty to you, showing fear and backing down is the opposite of what you want to do. If someone's bullying you, you want to confront them right away, because if you don't, then they're going to keep doing it, and it's actually going to get worse and worse. And that's the problem here, is that we didn't confront it right away like you're supposed to. That's my opinion. You don't have to agree with it. That's just my opinion. So all the latest news is on the top and bottom of the screen in the tickers. And I'm checking if there's anything going on right now. But we have multiple Republicans calling for a direct response to Iran itself. We have John Cornyn, Roger Wicker, Tom Cotton, and Lindsey Graham, who publicly said that we need to go after Iran. Yeah, apparently there's ground troops in Yemen now. Yeah, that's pretty concerning. Wow, 60% of you guys don't think that Biden is going to launch a meaningful response. That's kind of how I feel too. Karen, Pennsylvania says, I really believe that a lot of this terrible things wouldn't have happened under Trump. Biden took away the terror description warning of the Houthis. Now they're trying to put it back. Just stupid. Yeah, exactly. I totally agree. It's true. Like under Trump, we didn't have all these wars. There weren't all these wars going on. And I think it's because, honestly, I think a lot of these world leaders figured out that, Trump is a little bit crazy. Maybe we shouldn't mess with, maybe we shouldn't mess with him. He kind of had like that sense of unpredictability, versus Biden is very predictable in the sense that he's weak and he doesn't respond forcefully enough. Good night, Deborah. Good night, Deborah. Stay warm in Minnesota over there. It's probably really cold, I'm sure. Thank you, Earth Angel Anna, for showing up and moderating. Very strong words. Very concerning. Very concerning. Obama won't let Biden hurt his Muslim Brotherhood buddies. That's funny. That's funny. It's probably true. Good night, Robert. Thanks for tuning in. I don't understand why Biden hasn't been impeached yet. Yeah, that's a great question. Um, yeah, I know, it's insane. It's insane. Um, yeah, this country is just going downhill. Unfortunately, it's really sad. It's really sad. Uh, inflation is just crazy. Price of everything keeps going up. Another thing I will say is like a lot of Democrats keep blaming Republicans for holding up the Ukraine aid. And in my opinion, it's not the Republicans that are holding up the Ukraine aid. It's Biden. Biden's holding up the Ukraine aid. He's using it for leverage against Republicans. If Biden truly, why can't Biden compromise with the Republicans on the border to get that aid bill passed? It's not the Republicans' fault. It's Biden's fault. Biden is using it as a tool to get what he wants and to make Republicans look bad. Um, I don't understand, what's so difficult about keeping the border secure. It should not be a political issue. It's our border. It's, the US border. We all live in the US, whether we're Democrats or Republicans, it doesn't matter. It should not be a political issue. It should not be a difficult thing for him to agree with Republicans on securing the border, but Biden doesn't want to compromise at all. So that's not good, So it's not all the Republicans' fault. The Republicans just want some basic border protection, which I think is reasonable. It's very reasonable. I mean, it's our border, it's our country. We have to take care of our own country. I got to see if I could find. I got to see if I could find the camera of Baghdad. It's hard to find cameras of Baghdad or in Iran or Iraq because those countries, they don't have, a lot of connection with the outside world. Phil Zito, the Republicans just want Biden to enforce the border like he's constitutionally required to. Yes, that's exactly right. Exactly. They're not asking for anything special. That's right. Uh, I didn't see Schumer's message today. No, I missed that. I missed what Schumer said. I can't stand that guy. I wouldn't say it's unpatriotic to speak poorly of the president. I would say, uh, what about all these people that spoke poorly about Trump? Was that not patriotic? Is it so it's okay to criticize Trump, but it's not okay to criticize Biden? I don't understand. It has nothing to do with patriotism. Um, as an American citizen, I am allowed to criticize any politician I want. That's why we live in America, because you can say whatever you want. It's a free country. Okay, this isn't Iran. This isn't China. I can say all I want about Biden or Trump or anybody else. Okay, that's the beauty of living here. If you don't like it, go to China or go to Iran. You know, um, the bottom line is look what's going on here. I mean, this is all Biden's fault. Biden didn't respond adequately, and the problem just festered and got worse and worse. And that's the problem. He let this build up to the point that it is now, which it should have never built up to this level. He thought by doing nothing that the problem would just go away, and that's the exact opposite. By doing nothing, it becomes worse. That's been proven through history. Look at World War II. Look what happened with World War II is just a classic example, actually. World War II. What did FDR do? FDR, who happened to be also a hardcore Democrat from New York, a New York Democrat, FDR, he didn't want to get involved, and he didn't want to go and send troops into Europe to deal with the Nazis. And so for years, we were just sending equipment to the Allies so they would fight against Hitler and the Nazis, and so we wouldn't have to get involved. And that made it worse because Hitler got stronger. He took more land. He built his military up. He was so strong, he went all the way to Russia and he honestly almost took over Russia. Okay, I mean, if Russia lost in Stalingrad, that would have been it. Russia would have become part of the Third Reich. So he went all the way to Stalingrad. He took all of Scandinavia, and that's all because FDR was weak, and he didn't deal with Hitler in the beginning when he could have, and then it got to the point where we had to do something, and we had to send our troops in because they were threatening us directly. At that point, it wasn't just a European war. The Nazis were attacking us. And then same thing, they were in allies with, Japan. So we had to go in at that point. But if FDR acted sooner, it wouldn't have gotten to that point where we had to send all these troops in and, lose hundreds of thousands of our boys, So, FDR thought that by ignoring the problem and not getting involved, that it would just go away. Monkey face tattoos, thank you for the donation. Wow, so 58% of people here don't think that Biden is going to launch a meaningful response. Yeah, Neville Chamberlain. Exactly. Neville Chamberlain. Yep. Thanks for reminding me about him. Exactly. Appeasement. That's what they've been doing, is they've been trying to appease all these people. Ross Snyderman says, let's get Greg to 130,000 subscribers. That would be awesome. That would be awesome. Um, Thank you again, Monkey Face Tattoos. I appreciate it. I probably offended some of my more moderate followers that are more like, not really too political, but whatever. I'm just expressing my opinions. You don't have to agree with them. Trying to see if there's any updates here. See if there's anything going on. The cameras are from the border with in Texas, Eagle Pass. Those are the cameras on the screen. And then we have some flight trackers. We have one flight tracker. We're tracking the nuclear warplanes, and we're also tracking the doomsday plane that disappeared. So looks like one of the nuclear warplanes is going to land. It looks like he's going to be landing in Travis Air Force Base. So yeah, this massive retaliation, potentially massive. It may not be. We'll see. But it could happen any day now, any hour. So it could happen tomorrow night. It could happen tonight. It's hard to say. Some kind of chicken farm is on fire in Texas now. Chicken farm. Oh, we got a camera in Israel. Let me put that one up. That's going to be good. Let's get that camera up. That'll be something interesting here. We got one camera from Israel. I'm going to put that one up. I think that's interesting. So this is in Israel, in Eilat. I don't know if I'm saying that right. This is a port city in Israel looking towards the Red Sea. Let's check the space weather, see what's going on with the space weather. There was an M6.7 solar flare over the weekend. It's a moderate solar flare. No updates on that. It looks like there's no sunspots currently active. Um, Weather's pretty quiet too. We don't have any polar vortexes or anything. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. We'll have to see. I mean, maybe Biden is going to do something serious now. Who knows? Maybe he's going to launch a serious response. Maybe he's going to want to look like the savior or like the hero. I mean. Kenneth Jackson, how's it going? I hope you're doing well. Thanks for the donation. I think Biden is under the control of WEF and the Masons. They're all trying to destroy Israel and the U.S., as well as the Word of God. Keep your faith. I agree, Kenneth. I totally agree. Totally agree with you. Yeah, all these presidents, most of them are part of the New World Order. K. Paul's not messing around. Thanks, K. Paul. Biden won't even be aware of the response. That's funny. Michael hasn't won any primaries. Who's Michael? I'm not sure who's Michael. Cats 1964. Thank you for moderating. I heard today that Ben Carson might be VP for Trump. That would be interesting. Yeah, Ben Carson is very smart. I heard something that Michelle Obama might be running for president. I heard something about that. Colby Widener, good to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for the donation. A true patriot is someone who loves their nation and stands up against evil. A true patriot is like a German citizen who stood up against Hitler, and Biden is like Hitler. That's funny. Thanks for the donation. I appreciate it. It's funny. Yeah, Ben Carson is very smart. Yeah, Ben Carson is good. Carrie Lake is VP. Interesting. That would be a good pick. Carrie Lake. Yeah, that would be a good pick. I think it would be good to have a female vice president for a change. That would be cool. Um, I think that would be a nice change, right? To have a female vice president. That would be a good. It's always good to have the female touch in things. What do I know about the Masons? I've studied them in depth. I've studied the Illuminati. I've studied Bilderbergs. I pretty much know everything I need to know. Um, they're involved in every aspect of our life. They've been involved in the founding of our country. Um, I mean, pretty much any prominent public figure is a Mason. Um, Even local politicians, local business owners, like people that are in your community that are very well off, like those big car dealerships that have like multiple chains, places like that. Large businesses in small communities are usually Masons. um, no, not a lot of Masons are involved in all that shady stuff. A lot of people become Masons because they want to help, society or whatever. They don't do all the shady stuff. But there's a lot more people who are Masons than you would think. Everybody thinks that Masons are like these shadowy people that, plot to control the world. And, there's a lot of Masons in your local community that you would be surprised who are Masons. It's usually the high level Masons are the ones that, are doing all the shady stuff behind the scenes. So, um, and then you have the Bilderbergs. The Bilderbergs. No, you don't really hear many people talking about the Bilderbergs anymore. But the Bilderbergs. I mean, every single president is a Bilderberg, and they have the Bilderberg meeting every single year. They meet and they figure out their plans, for the world. All the world leaders, they have the Bilderberg meeting every year, and all the world leaders attend the Bilderberg meeting. Um, and that's where they plan, what they're going to do. They plan everything out. What's my take on UAPs? I don't know, honestly. I'm a Christian, obviously, so but at the same time, people have been seeing UFOs for decades, so you can't deny that people have been seeing stuff. Um, I think that the government has covered up a lot of the truth. They don't want people to know about them. And now it's just at the point where they can't hide it anymore. I don't know. Um, some people think it's the Operation Blue Beam. I'm not sure. It could be something like that, where they want a fake alien invasion and stuff. That's very possible. Um, I never thought the Red Sea is so beautiful. Look at that on the bottom right. That's the Red Sea. That's from Israel in Eilat, the city of Eilat. That's beautiful. How peaceful the water is. There's nobody there. The water's so still. Wow. This is a resort town in Israel. It's beautiful there. Kamala Harris is a reptilian. That's funny. That's so funny. So yeah, as far as UAPs go, I mean, I think UFOs have been around for years. People have been seeing them for decades. It's so I don't. I don't believe that they're fake. Like some people think that they're fake. I personally don't think that they're fake or anything. They're definitely real. Um, but the fact that they're suddenly revealing everything about them is kind of weird. How all of a sudden now, after keeping it secret for so long, that they're suddenly, coming out of the closet with these aliens, and that there's aliens and UFOs. And it's just kind of strange how all of a sudden now, after keeping everything secret for, 50 years or 100 years, now all of a sudden they want to start telling us that UFOs are real and that there's aliens and stuff. It's just a little bit strange. Why are the Freemasons so secret? Because they don't want God-fearing people to know what they are up to. Yes, exactly. That's right. That's right. Yeah, they could be fallen angels. That's very true. Yes, it could be a distraction agenda. It could be some other totally different agenda. Um, some other agenda that we don't even know about that they're planning. It could be something completely unexpected. So yeah, definitely. Yeah, the aliens could be demons. They could be demons for sure. Um, but I do believe that it's real. I mean, I think it's real. I don't think it's fake. I mean, they're definitely, real. People have seen, the UFOs crashing, and you had the Roswell incident, and there's just been so many different incidents. It's you can't say that it's fake. Um, so it's anybody's guess what it actually is and stuff. I mean, could be anything. Just checking to see if there's any updates coming in. So we have U.S. officials telling Politico that retaliation would likely begin in the next couple of days and come in waves against a range of targets. So that's interesting. I'm going to update the news ticker. This isn't my normal live stream. I usually like to just get right to the point and share all the headlines and stuff like that. But with the situation going on now, it's hard to do that because the news just changes so quickly. And if something happens, I got to be ready to go to cover it right away. I normally don't do these types of streams that last for hours. This is just a special occasion because of what's going on in the Middle East. I usually don't do these streams unless it's something serious, just so you guys are aware. It looks like this week is when it all is going to go down. Looks like sometime this week, could be tonight, could be tomorrow. But that's what Politico is saying, that it's going to come in waves and it's going to be over the next few days. So Ashley, thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate it. Hope you're having a great night. Thank you very much. I'm glad you find my updates useful. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. People reported UFOs way back before the 1940s. Lloyd Austin is still making statements. Yeah, I think Israel's going to go after Hezbollah this week, potentially, too. Joey G says, we know you're tired, Greg. Thanks for the round the clock updates. No problem. No problem. Where do we go if Iran attacks us? Well, Iran doesn't have missiles that can reach the U.S. So the only thing they could do is maybe use cyber to attack us, or they could get Russia to attack us. You know, what's interesting is a couple of days ago, if you remember, the Iranian National Security Council and the Russian National Security Council met in, I don't know if it was in Russia or in Iran, but Nikolai Patrushev was there, and Nikolai Patrushev is more powerful than Putin in Russia. He's like the puppet master, okay? Nikolai Patrushev is Putin's mentor, okay? And he was there, and they signed some kind of deal with Iran. This was like last week. So obviously Iran knew that something was coming, so they wanted to quickly sign this deal with Russia because they had a feeling that, you know, the US was going to do something. Salt and Prepper says, I drive all day as a truck driver. I usually save these to hear your show. Oh, thank you, Salt and Prepper. I appreciate that. Yeah, my friend Oleg is a truck driver. He used to be a truck driver. Oleg, his channel's Oregon Preparedness. Trucking is a difficult job. I don't think the average person realizes how stressful a truck driver's job is. I mean, it's really stressful. So, and truckers are very important. You know, if we didn't have truckers, imagine what would happen. K. Paul is asking me if I remember a video you sent me a long time ago, a round thing followed by jets. Can you send it again? I don't think I remember, but send it again if you can. I would appreciate it. Mama of Six says, I miss the slow news days. Good times. Yeah, I know it's crazy how much is going on. It's crazy. Truckers make good money. Yeah, truckers do make good money, although they do have a lot of expenses. If they're an owner operator, they have a lot of expenses. The insurance, you know, the cost of fuel and maintenance is just astronomical. But yeah, truckers do make a good wage or good earnings. They do. It's very stressful though. You know, I mean, just imagine you know you're driving in all different kinds of weather conditions with 100,000 pounds of weight. I mean, Oh, I want to show you Biden's tweet. I didn't get to show you that. I know you probably don't want to see it, but we'll just take a look at it. This is what Biden tweeted today. He showed a picture from the Situation Room. Looks like the Situation Room. So this was, I'm assuming, last night when they had that emergency meeting. It's funny how you can see Lloyd Austin there. He says, "Today I was briefed by members of my national security team in the Situation Room on the latest developments regarding the attack on U.S. service members in northeastern Jordan. As I've said, we'll hold all those responsible to account at a time and in a manner of our choosing." So that's what he said on Twitter. So we'll wait and see what happens. The president of Ukraine, Vladimir Zelensky, said that surpassing Russia in drone operations is one of the main tasks in 2024. Interesting. We also have this article. This is insane. The UK must train civilian army to prepare for a land war. This was a few days ago. The UK must increase its military readiness and prepare for the possibility of a land war with Russia that could see civilians conscripted into the army. The UK's Chief of the General Staff, General Patrick Sanders, said in a speech on January 24th. Officials from NATO countries have voiced growing concerns about the alliance's lack of preparedness for a conflict with Russia. Sanders said the UK's recent cuts to its army indicate it is not taking the threat from Russia and other countries seriously enough. The UK announced in 2021 that it was reducing its army to 72,000, down from 100,000 in 2010. Wow. Ukraine brutally illustrates that regular armies start wars and citizen armies win them, Sanders said, adding that the UK cannot simply rely on its air and naval power. The UK must reverse the trend of slashing the size of its standing army, he emphasized, but even this may not be sufficient. Within the next 3 years, it must be credible to talk of a British army of 120,000 folding in our reserve and strategic reserve, but this is not enough, Sanders said. Efforts to modernize and better equip the army must be an additional feature, he added. Sanders did not call for mandatory conscription, but said that preparatory steps are required to put NATO societies on war footing. He lauded Sweden for beginning what he characterized as the appropriate measures to prepare for a potential conflict. Swedish officials sparked concern within the country in January after warning there could be a war on its own territory in the coming years. Sanders said we will not be immune, and as the pre-war generation, we must similarly prepare, and that is a whole-of-nation undertaking. A spokesperson for British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak pushed back on Sanders' speech and implication that the UK might fight Russia, saying these kind of hypothetical scenarios, talking about conflict, are not helpful, blah, blah, blah. So stupid. So dumb. Well, what else is he going to talk about? He's a general. That's his job. So But apparently Zelensky is saying that they want to surpass Russia in drone production. President Vladimir Zelensky said in his nightly address on January 29 that one of the main tasks in the ongoing year is to keep ahead of Russia in the quality of drone operations, the production of which Ukraine aims to increase significantly. Zelensky said he held a conference call with Ukraine's military leadership and intelligence where the officials discussed drone production, supply, and provision issues for the units. The more successful Ukrainian drones are, from FPV to strategic drones, the more lives of our warriors we will save, the president noted. Among other factors, 2023 in Russia's war against Ukraine was defined by the rapid development of drone technology by both sides. Earlier in January, Ukrainian military intelligence chief Kirill Budanov said the intensity of drone use and minefields made it impossible for both Russia and Ukraine to conduct offensive operations. Budanov also highlighted the importance of electronic warfare systems to counter enemy drones, which Commander-in-Chief Valery Zaluzny had called the key to victory in the drone war. Very interesting. So looks like Ukraine is really going to step up their drone production. Very interesting. It's pretty smart because drones are cheap and they're effective. You can build a lot of them for low cost and they're effective. So Tim B, thank you for the donation, Tim B. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good Monday. Doesn't really feel like Monday, actually. Feels like an extension of the weekend almost. That would be a good poll question if you believe we're in World War III already. That would be a good question. Biden is a puppet of the World Economic Forum. Of course, definitely is. He definitely is. All these presidents are. All these presidents are, but especially Biden and the Clintons and Obama, the Bush family. Gary Burns says, I appreciate what truck drivers do, and you deserve to be appreciated. Yeah, truck drivers have a very difficult job, very stressful job. They're very important. Yeah, I mean, I think we are in the beginning stages of World War III. I think we're definitely in the beginning stages. Kate Paul says you sent it on Patreon. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Kate Paul. I'm going to take a look at that. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. So apparently, let's see if we can get this Sky News article about Biden. We'll just read it directly from the source. The Sky News about Biden authorizing retaliation. Let's see. We have pictures of the U.S. troops that were sadly killed in the base. Let's see if I can find some pictures here. Let's see. The Pentagon has identified as those KILLED in the ATTACK as Sergeant William Jerome Rivers, 46 of Carrollton, Georgia, Specialist Kennedy Layden Sanders, 24 of Waycross, Georgia, and Specialist Breonna Alexandria Moffett, 23 of Savannah, Georgia. So they were all from Georgia. Says the 3 U.S. Army Reserve soldiers were assigned to the 718th Engineer Company, 926th Engineer Battalion, 926th Engineer Brigade in Fort Moore, Georgia. Officials said that of the more than 40 wounded, most had cuts, bruises, traumatic brain injuries, and similar wounds. Of those, 8 were medically evacuated, and the most seriously hurt is in a critical but stable condition. Wow. Apparently, the attacking drone was hiding behind the air defense drone. I'm sorry, behind the regular drone that they had. So air defense confused the attacking drone with the normal drone. Trying to see if I can find the actual article here. It's hard to find. So it looks like Iranian naval assets could be hit. It could go after Iranian naval assets. Blue Angel says the Bible says Armageddon, the blood will be up to the horse's brittles. Kinkoi, sorry that you have a headache. Sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that. Just checking to see if there's any new news. Thank you, Gerald. Gerald, thank you for the donation. I appreciate it. Gerald and Elizabeth, Thank you, Elizabeth. And James. Thank you, James, for the donation. And Denise. Thank you, Denise. Nora. Thank you, Nora. Just checking to see if there's any new news. Let me see here. Just checking some sources here. Looks like we had a bunch of emergency action messages earlier. There were a bunch of emergency action messages earlier, so we got an update here from a source of mine saying that this person has family in the Marines and that right now there's no contact with the Marines, that they've gone dark. And they usually do that before something's about to go down. They forbid contact. They forbid the troops from contacting family so they don't leak out any information or anything. Apparently, there were some attacks in London on Jewish communities today. In London, the mainstream media apparently didn't report on it, but apparently there were 2 ATTACKs in London on Jewish communities. So that's not good. Somebody told me today there were 5 military helicopters flying over northwestern Arkansas today, which is very unusual. So something's going on. Subscriber sent me an email from Northwest Arkansas saying 5 choppers were over northwestern Arkansas in their area. Apparently, U.S. arms exports increased over 50% in 2023. Sales of attack and transport helicopters and long-range missile launchers to Poland and Germany constituted around $30 billion, the largest overall deals, according to Politico. Wow. Arms exports up 50% last year. If that's not a sign that we're in the beginning of World War III, then I don't know what is. You see, I'm going to start a new poll, I think. Let me see. I'm going to start a new poll. Do you think we are in the beginning of World War III? Fred NYC, how's it going, Fred? On the road or at home, I'm always listening. Thank you, Fred. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Love Letters says Abraham at Overcome Babylon had a great live tonight. The Lord is preparing the sun and planets to unleash his wrath during the soon coming tribulation. Interesting. I'll have to check that out. I've heard of Overcome Babylon. I just never listened. World War III began months ago. I take Lee Wheelbarger's viewpoint. Yeah, I agree with Lee also. I do agree. Red team says it's 4 a.m. Alaska time. Oh, wow. I thought you guys were behind. Oh, see you at 4 a.m. Alaska time. Gotcha. Okay. Um, Teresa Dunn says, my husband loves your site. Thank you, Teresa. Thank you. I'm with KLW on this one. It's been World War III since October 7. Yeah, I think he's right on the money with that. Um, I mean, officially, yeah, he's probably right about that. But I mean, I think the beginning stages of it, everything setting leading up to it, had started. I think when Russia invaded Ukraine, I think that was just to open the floodgates, open the floodgates of everything. Michael Gale says, I'm an Army combat vet, and I know this stuff you can't call family. It's true. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate it. Thanks for confirming that. Yeah, somebody sent me a message saying that they know someone that's a Marine, and they just got told that they can't call anyone. They're going dark essentially. So I'll be right back, guys. I just got to get up for a second and get something to drink. I'll be right back. In a couple minutes, I got to just walk around, stretch my legs a little. I'll be right back. I don't know if you guys can hear me still. Let me know if you can hear me. Um, I had a technical issue, so I was just talking to myself for the last few minutes. Jackie M, thank you for the donation. I appreciate it. When was the last time you guys heard me speaking? How long ago? Because I've been talking for a few minutes and looks like it hasn't been working. Titan Intel, what's going on? Rodney Middleton. I was talking for the last few minutes, but it looks like, oh wow, long time. Oh man. Oh man, I was just talking to myself. Oh wow, when I left for a drink. Yeah, okay, so let me show you what we have going on. We have some breaking news. We have this French aerial refueler that's flying around the Oman area here. And this plane, usually they use these for anytime they do aerial operations here, and anytime they attack the Houthis, this French plane is usually active in the Gulf of Aden. So it's possible that it's getting into position, but we'll have to wait and see where it ends up going. You can see it just rounded the corner here, and it's going into the Red Sea. Looks like towards the Red Sea. So we'll see if this thing goes, let's say, over here into the Gulf of Aden and it starts circling. That means that the U.S. is about to launch on Yemen again. So we'll have to keep an eye on this one and see what ends up happening with it. But that could be an indication that the U.S. is planning to do something. So, yeah, thank you guys for all your support. Appreciate you guys being here. Camera in Israel's buffering right now. I can't get it to work. So the nuclear war command and control planes have all landed. We still have this doomsday plane that's unaccounted for. It took off from Offutt Air Base and then it disappeared over northeastern Kansas. So I'm just checking some of the latest headlines here. Yeah, I've been on for the last 20 minutes or so. I was talking to myself again. I got to get into the habit of checking to make sure you guys hear me when I get off of my breaks. It could go down. It could go down. What's going on, Diva's mom? Lucy Cabrera, how's it going? Jeremy says wife says it's bedtime. Can you guys still hear me? What's going on, Greery in gear? Papa G. Ken Jackson says, I updated my profile for the name I wanted to use for talking with you. Which profile is that again? Okay, you can still hear me? You guys can hear me? Okay, good. So I'm going to just stay up a little longer here and we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens tonight. But we do have this aerial refueler going over to the Gulf of Aden now. So we'll see. Let's see, what are you guys saying here? Took a little nap. We've sent one of our ships to the Red Sea to help. Interesting. Greg, could you play a veteran song for the fallen soldiers? It's by Ken Carson Brothers calling on YouTube. I wish I could, but because of YouTube, the copyright, the copyright rules, they would hit me with a copyright for playing that song. I wish I could. No, they haven't dropped any bombs just yet. But Toby Keith, Red, White, and Blue. Yeah, that's a good one. Courtesy of the Red, White, and Blue. That's a classic. There's a Constant Phoenix in Australia doing loops now. Yeah, it arrived a few, like 2 weeks ago, and that's interesting. Let's check up on that. Very interesting. Let's see. Is it in the air now? Oh, yeah. Interesting. Wow, good catch. Yeah, we have a nuke sniffer plane off the coast of Australia here. That's pretty rare to see. Anybody have any ideas why there would be a nuke sniffer flying near Tasmania? It's interesting. Interesting. Yeah, just so you guys know, this isn't my normal format for like live streaming. This is kind of an unusual situation because of the all the breaking news. I usually do like shorter live streams, max 2 hours. But when situations like this happen, I do extended streams, extended coverage. It's currently 9:47 in Tehran. How good are my typing skills? I think my typing skills are probably an 8 or a 9. I mean, I'm not like a keyboarding world champ or anything, but probably an 8 or a 9. I can type real fast. Lynn Dunn, good to see you, Lynn Dunn. Hope you had a good birthday celebration. I just woke up for no reason, fully awake, and came right to your channel. What have I missed? Um, I guess you didn't miss a whole lot. We have the U.S. still. They still haven't responded. Apparently, the U.S. could go after Iran. They're talking about hitting the Iranian Navy, taking out the Iranian Navy, and then this one ship that they use to feed information to the Houthis. So that's kind of the main breaking news. But all the latest breaking news is on the top and on the bottom of the screen in the tickers, the red and yellow tickers. All the latest is over there. So what was the poll results? For which poll, the World War III or the other one? For World War III, we're at 76%. We got 1,660 votes, and 76% of people think we're in the beginning of World War III. 11% say no, we're not, and 14% say they're not sure. So that is insane. 76% of people think we're already in World War III. What's going on, Aldo? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Won't strike during daytime, maybe tomorrow. Yeah, could be tomorrow. What's going on, Pam? Pam from Tennessee, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. How many cups of coffee do I drink a day? I actually don't drink hardly any coffee, only once in a while. I actually like the taste of coffee. I enjoy it, but like today, I didn't have any coffee. Yesterday, I didn't have any. I would say on average, I drink maybe 2 or 3 cups a week. Sometimes more, sometimes less. Depends. Sometimes I like to just drink coffee just because of the way it tastes. It tastes good. Not so much just to wake me up or something. I sound exhausted. I am a little bit sleepy. Yeah, I probably should get some sleep. It's just been so busy with everything going on. Trump 2024. What treat would you want in your shelter if you could only have one? Well, it'd have to be something that lasts a little while, so it doesn't spoil, I guess. I don't know. Probably. I mean, just some good cookies would be nice. Some good cookies or chocolates, freeze-dried cookies, maybe. Why does striking Iran cause World War III? What would happen? I don't know if it would cause World War III. I don't know if it would cause World War III, but it could. It could escalate it. Because I mean, various reasons. The Middle East. The Middle East is so critical to so many superpowers. So it's an area of the world that the superpowers want to have their influence and control over. So I don't know if it would. I don't know if it would cause World War III. I mean, we're basically already in World War III, so we're basically already in World War III now. I know that sounds kind of extreme, but it's kind of true when you think about it. It's just we don't realize it yet, because it hasn't really affected us here. But just like World War II, World War II, I mean, you had a major war raging in Europe for years before we decided to get involved. I mean, look, Hitler invaded Poland in 1939, and we didn't go into Europe until 1944. So it took 5 years from the time Hitler invaded Poland to the time we actually went into Europe. 5 years. So, and the whole time Hitler was ravaging Europe. He took over half of Russia, um, and then finally we got involved in 1944. So it may not feel like we're in the beginning. It may not feel like we're in World War III now, but if you look around and see what's going on, it's clear to me just looking at history that we're in the beginning of it. So we're watching this French plane here, this MRTT plane. It's a French refueler, aerial refueler, and anytime the U.S. does anything in the Middle East with the Houthis, this thing is always up in the air in the Gulf of Aden. So if this thing goes to the Gulf of Aden and starts looping over here, that means that the U.S. is about to do something. So we also have this nuke sniffer plane in Tasmania off the coast of Australia, which is pretty weird. So we'll have to wait and see what's going on. Still have a very active front line in Ukraine. Apparently, looks like Russia targeted Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine, with more drones. There's reports of some strikes in Oleshki, which is southern Ukraine. Reports of Shahed drones in Kryvyi Rih. So it looks like Russia launched some drones at Ukraine last night. Ukraine is evacuating 9 villages in the Donetsk Oblast. So yeah, unfortunately, looks like Russia. It looks like Russia's taking the offensive now, and Ukraine is kind of in pure defense mode. So we still have the Red Sea situation to deal with. Now it's not just Iran and the Iranian proxies, but it's also the Red Sea. They hit that warship. We haven't heard anything about that from the U.S., about the Lewis Puller. See if Central Command put anything out about it. They're very quiet about it. Looks like they haven't acknowledged that they got hit. Yeah, Central Command, they haven't put anything out about the Lewis Puller. That was the warship that got hit yesterday. U.S. military's quiet about that one. So yeah, it's really spiraling out of control. I mean, it's basically turning into the worst case scenario now. Basically, the worst case scenario is happening. All these fronts are popping off simultaneously. Lynn Dunn says you can hear me. Can you guys still hear me? Let me know if you still hear me. Oh yeah, courtesy of the red, white, and blue. Yeah, that's a classic song. Oh yeah, I've listened to that a many number of times. Todd Turner, thank you for the comment. My husband just got home from work and first thing was to turn on my stream to get some real news. Thank you. It's really nice of you. I appreciate that you trust me for your news. Lynn Dunn, thank you. I hope you're doing well. This Jeffrey Mills says this stuff is all coming to a head. Yeah, it's all coming to a head. All these different war fronts around the world, it's all just all at the same time. It's just all happening at the same time. All these events. You guys can hear me? Okay, good. Why is a map of Australia on the board? That's showing a nuke sniffer plane. It's a little hard to see, but there's a nuke sniffer plane there that's flying off the east coast of Australia. You may have to kind of look harder or zoom in, but it was flying along Tasmania, and now it's going back to looks like Brisbane. So, yeah, we have a nuke sniffer in the air. Interesting. And then we have this French aerial refueler, which could be going to the Gulf of Aden to support a U.S. response on the Houthis. Michael says, whatever Biden does, it will not be enough. That's funny. That's funny. What's going on, Lily Highlander? See, I'm checking for some updates here. All the latest information is in the tickers on the top and bottom of the screen, so you can read that. I'm just checking if there's any new news here. The Israeli army says that it neutralized a Hamas cell that was hiding inside the Sina hospital in Jenin in the West Bank. Interesting. So this could be a very serious situation. We're going to have to wait and see. This could be very, very serious. Sky News is reporting that this could be one of Biden's most consequential decisions of his presidency. So this could be even bigger than Ukraine. North Yellow Sea, I think they launched into the Yellow Sea. That's the third day in a row of them launching cruise missiles. Good night, K. Paul. Thanks for tuning in. I appreciate you moderating. You're one of the best moderators. Thank you so much. Appreciate all your support and your friendship. Have a good night. Stay safe. God bless. Heaps of aerial refuelers are leaving the UK now. Let me check. Let me see. Maybe this. I don't think. I would think they would respond soon. If they're going to respond, they're probably going to respond. You know, maybe within the. Oh wow. Yeah, that's insane. Yeah. Oh yeah. Wow. Yeah. So maybe they're getting into position, but we also have. Well, we have Jake 17, which is that one's going to the Baltics again. We got Hobo 10, probably going to go with Jake 17. Then we have this one here, Hobo 22. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, it looks like those are the ones that came over from, most likely, those are the ones that came over from, from the U.S. Yeah, we'll see where they go, but it looks like they're heading towards. Looks like they're heading towards the Middle East, possibly. And then we have Jake 17 and Hobo 10 going to Poland. As you can see here, change this view. So we got these two right here. Jake 17 and Hobo 10 are going to Poland. They do their loops through the Baltics. And then the rest of them, I don't know where they're going. Probably to the Middle East, I would think. But yeah, once these aerial refuelers get into position, then it's game time. So it could be tomorrow night that it's all going to pop off tomorrow night. So when it pops off, I'm definitely going to be going live. I'm definitely going to be live. Yeah, Rivet joint and 4 Strato tankers. AFG, no problem, AFG. Thank you guys for getting those memberships. 89 Texas, thank you for gifting 10 memberships. Thank you so much. It's very nice of you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. So we'll have to wait and see what happens, but it looks like tomorrow might be the 0 hour. Tomorrow might be the 0 hour. It looks like they're waiting for those refuelers. See you later, Diva's mom. Thanks for tuning in. It's good to see you again. Hope you're doing well. Hope your week has been off to a good start. Forte 12 is taking off. Laura Miller says, got you playing while I'm piddling in the greenhouse. You've become my late night buddy. Unusual air activity on the coast here in eastern North Carolina, not showing on flight radar. Interesting. Thanks for telling me that, Laura. That's very interesting. What are you doing in the greenhouse? Good night, Amanda Moss. Why would it be tomorrow? I'm guessing because they're waiting for everything to get into position first. Maybe they need those aerial refuelers in position first before they do anything. Because if they're gonna use fighter jets, they need those refuelers. So they're probably bringing in more refuelers. But we'll see. We'll see where they go. It looks like they're honestly going east. Well, actually, no, because when they fly to the Middle East, what they do is they go like over the Balkans. They go over like Serbia and Romania. They fly over like Hungary. So, yeah, my bet is that Jake 17 is going to Poland, probably Hobo 10 as well. And then these other three are going to the Middle East. That's just my guess. And then we have this French aerial refueler that looks like it's going to the Gulf of Aden. It's probably going to get there in the next 30 minutes or an hour. So we'll be able to see if the U.S. is going to conduct some kind of operation. So yeah, it could happen tonight. It could happen tomorrow. It's really hard to say. Thank you, Freddie. E6 is taking off right now. Yeah, things are coming to life all of a sudden, huh? Wow. What's this? Looks like a sub hunter. Yeah, we got a P8 going through the Strait of Hormuz. That's not too unusual though. This is interesting though. That's kind of what we suspected yesterday, right? We suspected that they would. Oh yeah, I see Herma 78 just took off. Herma 78. Another nuclear war command and control plane. It's pretty late for there to be a E6 up in the air now. They usually don't fly this late. Q4, where's the Q4? Is it off the East Coast? Yeah, it looks like it's off the East Coast. Yeah, they usually fly over there. That's where Wallops Island is over here. You see, this is Wallops Island. That's where they launch rockets from. So my guess is it has something to do with that. Maybe they're launching rockets, or maybe there's a rocket that's re-entering and landing, like the reusable rockets that SpaceX has. They have those reusable rockets that can land back. Maybe that's what it is, and but that's not too unusual, I would say. They do something with the space activity there. There might be some kind of exercise going on off the coast of San Diego tonight. Looks like we have several aerial refuelers here off the coast of San Diego. Got like 3 of them. Yeah, we got multiple aerial refuelers here off the coast of San Diego. Looks like some kind of an exercise. So I'll definitely be live again tomorrow night. I'll probably go live a little earlier though. I'll probably go live earlier because so I don't have to stay up so late. But it looks like tomorrow is the night, possibly. Lorna and Ross went to sleep. Actually, Lorna and Ross went to sleep. Harley Lady, thank you for your donation. I really appreciate it. Greg, thank you for your continued watchman diligence. No one on this channel can ever claim you didn't share the gospel. Ezekiel 33, Ezekiel 33, verse 6. 3 P's plus prayer. Definitely. Yeah, prayer is the most important thing. Thank you so much, Harley Lady. I appreciate that donation. Yeah, faith in Jesus Christ. It's the most important thing right now. Our world is just completely chaotic, and without God, that's really the only way we're going to get out of this situation. So, thank you for that donation. I really appreciate it. Aldo says, key to it all, brother. A Greg 2-minute timeout sure isn't like a football one. Well, yeah, I mean, if it's in the middle of some crazy event, then yeah, of course, my timeouts will be shorter. I've been sitting here since 9 o'clock, so I've been here for 4 hours already with just one 20-minute break. So it's pretty, it's a lot of time, Iran can't hit the continental U.S., but North Korea can. Yep, that's very true. Fallout really only happens from older uranium and plutonium bombs. These new hydrogen bombs don't create fallout. That's not true. They still create fallout. That's not true. It has more to do with how the weapon is detonated. If it's detonated at ground level, then it creates a massive amount of fallout. If it's detonated in the air, then it doesn't create a lot of fallout because the fireball doesn't vaporize everything. So, like, if it detonates on ground level, all the stuff that it comes into contact with it on the ground level turns into like radioactive ash, essentially, and it gets sucked up into the fireball, and then it rains down as fallout. It falls out of the sky. That's why it's called fallout. And if it's detonated in the air, all that stuff that the fireball touches and vaporizes, it doesn't get sucked into the fireball as if it were detonated on the ground. So that's not true. Whether it's a hydrogen bomb or a fission bomb, it doesn't matter. it still causes fallout. It just depends if it's ground burst or air burst. That's the big thing. Yes, correct. Exactly, Aldo. Thank you for the more scientific explanation. Thank you. It's 10:09 a.m. in Iran. Greek Air Force going towards Egypt. Greg, you need a stovetop and a fridge near you so you can prep food for yourself while you work, while you report. That's funny. Um, that's crazy. I mean, I have a fridge right upstairs, so I just go upstairs and get food. I mean, if it's that serious where I can't even step away for 30 minutes to make a meal, then that's really intense. Jackie says I'm always starving when I'm here. That's funny. That's funny. Julie Treveton says I dreamt a missile came out of the ground, fell down. That's interesting. That's very interesting. Yeah, I think that we're going to see a strike on the Houthis soon. I think we're going to see a strike on the Houthis because we got this French aerial refueler going to the Gulf of Aden. So I think it's probably going to happen in the morning hours here. So probably in a few hours, we're going to see the U.S. do a strike. So when you wake up tomorrow, you'll probably hear news that the U.S. launched a strike on the Houthis because this French refueler, he's going right to the Gulf of Aden there. So I'm almost positive that we're going to see one on the Houthis. Yeah, we have these three aerial refuelers. Looks like they're going towards the Middle East right now. You can see the RC-135 is going towards Poland with Hobo 10. That's normal. They always do that. And then these three here, they're definitely going to the Middle East. So my prediction is they're not going to start any operation until these refuelers get down there. They obviously need refuelers to support this operation. So that tells me that this is going to be a large operation. If they have to move several aerial refuelers, we got three of them here. So three is a good amount, but they moved a total of six from the U.S. So this to me is a sign that it's going to be a pretty serious operation if they're moving three of them right now, and there's three more that came over. They're probably going to need to refuel a lot of stuff with it. They're going to need a lot of refueling support, essentially. So, no, the E6 is not necessary. No, the E6 is not the doomsday plane. It's a type of doomsday plane. It's a nuclear warplane. The E6 is used by the military to communicate with our nuclear forces. You can think of it as like a flying antenna. So for them to be able to communicate with our submarines, specifically our submarines, to issue orders to the subs, they need a way to transmit these messages to the subs, so they know what the orders are to launch or not to launch, or what the targets are. So they use these planes so they can penetrate through the water and tell the subs what to do, basically. So if you were to speculate, when would you guess that things are going to just completely pop off? When you say completely pop off, can you be a little more specific? What do you mean? You're talking about like nuclear war, World War III, like multiple countries, or are we just talking about the Middle East, Iran and stuff? Juliana Rose, thank you so much, Juliana. I appreciate it. Where are the other 3 refuelers? I don't know. My guess is they're probably my guess is the 3 refuelers are probably going to be taking off soon. They're probably on their way, unless they already went over. Unless they already went over earlier, but my guess is that they're probably going to take off soon. Lissa Lou, thank you for the thank you for the comment. Just found your channel and subscribe. Retired Air Force and impressed by all the info. We'll be back tomorrow. Thank you, Lissa. Hope you're doing well, and see you tomorrow. Thank you. So yeah, it's getting serious, guys. It's a very serious situation right now. So pectin will clear your body if exposed to radiation fallout. Potassium iodide also. Yes, potassium iodide and pectin definitely help. Absolutely. Iran has a lot of empty buildings they can hit and tents. What if Russia intervenes? They would see it as payback for Ukraine. What's going on, Slava Ukraini? How's it going? Have a great night. God bless. Jack Carr says, just found your channel tonight as well. Thanks for the info. No problem. Thanks for tuning in, and thanks for subscribing. K. Paul went to sleep already. Yeah, this is still live, Juliana. This is still live. Nuclear, when are we going nuclear? Yeah, as far as going nuclear, I mean, I think it could happen at any time. It could happen at any time. I think we're on the verge of nuclear war, honestly, right now. NATO's doing this massive exercise with 90,000 troops in Eastern Europe. Okay, you don't do that for no reason. And like I said before, I don't think it's an exercise. I think it's a forward deployment. So, I think we're on the verge of nuclear war right now. It could happen at any time, in my opinion. So, I mean, I hope it never comes to that, but it's a very real possibility. So, but yeah, I mean, I think potentially this fall, I'm very concerned about something going on this fall. with Russia and the Baltics. I'm afraid that the Baltics are going to get attacked by Russia. That's my biggest fear. So yeah, those 3 refuelers are heading to the Middle East right now. As you can see. And then we got Jake 17, the RC-135 reconnaissance plane going to Poland, along with a refueler. And here we have that French plane making its way to the Gulf of Aden. There's lots of planes here in the Persian Gulf. It's interesting. So thank you guys for subscribing. All the new subscribers, welcome. Thank you for joining. This is an unprecedented situation, what's going on. So I normally don't do these types of live streams unless something serious is going down. Believe me, I would much rather be, watching a movie or something, but relaxing. But things are very serious right now, so I feel the need to go live and provide live coverage. I wonder if they sent the other 3 to Korea or Ukraine. Yeah, that's very possible. Yeah, that's very possible. No one is talking about the people already here, like the guy who crossed the border on the FBI list that told the newscaster they'd find out who he was real soon. Yeah, there's all kinds of spies and all kinds of sleeper agents here. Michael Gale, great to have. Take care, man. Thanks for all your support. Aldo, thanks for providing all the to see you tonight. Hope you're doing well. Take care. New Zealand suspends payments to the UN RWA. These cameras are the Texas border at the Eagle Pass. These are at the Eagle Pass border crossing. Pectin bonds to radiation in the gut. It binds to the any kind of pass it out. You know, there are no military exercises, only World War III disguises. I agree. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm lagging pretty bad right now. So I think I'm going to actually shut it down. I think I'm going to shut down the stream. It's getting late, and I'm going to try to get some sleep. So I'll be back tomorrow, probably again with another live stream tomorrow evening, because I think it's going to pop off tomorrow, potentially. So I'll most likely be back on tomorrow evening at some point. Yeah, it's really late here. It's like almost 2 a.m. and I gotta get some rest and stuff. The video feeds are from the Texas border, from the Eagle Pass, Texas border. Virginia Beach National Guard Battalion deployed over the weekend to Poland. Yes, I reported on that earlier. Yeah, that's a big red flag right there. See you guys later. Owl, Fox, Prepper, Aldo, Tarot Studio, Lily Highlander, Judy, Gypsy Stacker, Jeff Carrero, Jack Carr, Craig Anello, Amazing Spider-Man, Dr. JMW, Mocking J, Crow TN. See you guys. Jennifer Ann, Viper Optics, Harley Lady. Yeah, the mods are excellent. Yeah, the B50. You, Aldo, for moderating and staying up so late. Appreciate it. Thank you, Laura. I'll check out that bill. So I'll probably be back tomorrow night. Lynn Dunn, see you later. I'll probably be back tomorrow night and to cover the situation because it looks like it's spiraling out of control. So get some good rest, guys, because tomorrow probably could be crazy. So thank you, Pookie Dust. You sleep well also. God bless. So take care, God bless, and don't forget the 3 Ps: prepare, practice, and persevere.